go through a few of the videos that are on my subscription list or whatever. Now I'm changing the name of the video to what it is now. What is this called? Crawfordsville or something? Yeah, that's what it is. Crawfordsville, Indiana. To I don't know. I know if I take the more southerly route, I'll end up in Little Rock probably, somewhere in that ballpark, but don't think I want to go that way. I'm gonna probably take the Missouri route. I'll just say Laredo. I don't know where it's gonna end. I don't know where I'm going to end up. Check that it updates. Alright, that's updated. Yeah, let me get my glad hand changed and my windshield wiper blade changed. people on here already. What's up, guys? Alright. Got my wiper blade replaced. And I replaced a pretty chewed up glad hand seal. I've been kind of slacking on getting that one changed. It was the blue one anyway. Alright, I got a spare here as well. Probably already have more up there. I just never... I mean, usually I try to buy extra anyway. They come in pairs, so... Alright, I'm in Crawfordsville, Indiana, as you probably figured out from the name of the video. I don't know where I'm going to end up because one is going to depend on my hours. Come on. I got 4:39 to work. I thought I went on duty. Apparently not. Alright, guess we'll get a few more minutes of chit chat here before we leave. Okay, so I got a couple route options. Let's see, Cody's not on here yet, is he? Holy crap, man, there's a lot of chatter already. Nice. Alright, so I have a couple of options. I can either go down I-57 to I-55 to I-40 to I-30. Basically that route. If I do go that way, I would end up probably in Little Rock at the end of my shift. But I'm going to take the other way around more likely, which is I-70 across to St. Louis, and then I-44 down to Veneta, big country area of Oklahoma, and then I'll cut down US 69 and US 75 from there to Dallas, and then I'll take the 35s down from there. Damn, a 30-minute free trip. Yeah. You pay $2 a month on Hulu. I got big fingers. What the hell? Alright, just me and you, James. Yoli. Okay, thank you. Yoli, how's the CRV? Busy setting water on the stove. James, I'll be coming into your general area. I don't know if how far away I am from you right now. I didn't bother to check. I just know that the way Google and my actually even the Pilot app are trying to route me is down 57, 55, and 40 and all that. And if I were to go that way, I'd end up in Little Rock probably today. But I'm going to go the other way. I could end up in your neck of the woods for all I know tomorrow morning, James. Let's see. It's not inconceivable, at least. Or Joplin, perhaps. I don't know. Because I'm thinking about it. I don't know how far I am from St. Louis, but St. Louis is, I think, 270 or so miles from Oklahoma. Something around that ballpark. So... yeah, I don't know. I'd take a wild guess. I'm going to try to get down to Joplin or something. Yeah, I'll figure it out. I'll see what my clock looks like, and then once I'm actually into Missouri, I'll get a better idea where I'm going to end up shutting down for the night, or for tomorrow, whatever. Any troubles? No troubles. Love my new car. Just got the oil change, filled it up with gas, and it's already to go brand new used. Cool. Everyone leaves, so it's just me and James. Where's BBJ? He's never around. Glad you like it. Scott's gonna go that way, then that way, then that way. Yeah, that's it. Dang, Mish, my kid was talking to me. Yeah, that still was in pretty bad shape, wasn't it, John? I'm not sure I've changed it in that bad shape before. If it was my red one, I would have changed it a long time ago. The blue one, I mean, I'm not usually quite as concerned about it. But yeah, I just kind of never bothered to change it, I guess. And where the hell are all the trucks here? It's like almost 9 o'clock at night here locally, and I mean, there are plenty of trucks here, but there are plenty of open spots too. It's weird. That grandma still has miles on it. You bet, Mish. I could have made that thing lasted several thousand more miles, I'm sure. I heard you hack all your TV for free. Hey, what's up, Cody? I thought you said you turned it in yesterday. Got it from Black Friday, was on sale. Try Waze. No, you don't use Waze for trucking. I use that sometimes to tell me where the cops are at, and that's it. Or if there's any problems along the way that I might be interested in, but no, don't use Waze for trucking. It's no good. And on top of that, Waze has a 1,000 mile limit, and most of my stuff, like right now, I'm 1,300 miles away from the customer. I can't even do a route to Laredo with Waze. It actually won't allow me to. Google will, Waze will not. And I don't really need it anyway, because I already know the route I'm going to take regardless. Whichever route I was going to take, I knew both ways anyway. Don't forget to clean the lens. Alright, I'll double check that. Alright, that's good practice, because I cleaned it a couple times yesterday, but never hurts to make sure it's in, these are all in good shape for you guys. Alright, here's that camera. And, alright, let me turn this around for a second. Alright, never mind the little streaks on the window, I'll take care of that. I still got almost half a tank of fuel, so I'm going to wait till I get down into probably Missouri, where the fuel is cheaper. Yeah, James has really good fuel prices down in his area, so that's where I usually like to get my fuel from when I can. Cody, keep that in mind. Try to get as much fuel as you can when you're in Missouri, and then maybe like the Dallas-Fort Worth area. They have pretty good prices. Usually when you branch out from there, that tends to get a little bit more progressively expensive, so you want to try to limit how much you're buying at the higher prices. Kind of like dollar cost averaging, what I do with stock. So have a bag of like 25 sills for those stinking chassis. Everyone input up needs sill. Man, since you mentioned that, Mish, you reminded me when I was with Sierra England, every time you'd go down to Laredo, because what England does is they have their terminal in Laredo, and whenever you take a load down there, usually it's like a meat kind of load or fiberglass or something, you take it to the yard there, and basically you drop it, and they inspect it first for condition, and then you drop it, and a Mexican driver will come across the border and come to the yard and pick it up and take it across to wherever it's going. And then once they're done with it, they'll bring it back up into Laredo. And it seems like more than half the time you grab an empty out of the other yard, they're missing the glad hand seals. And they had to do the inspection stuff on them because there were too many times where they changed out the good tires on our trailers with shitty ones that came off their own trailers or stuff. So they started doing inspections on them and said, you guys need to give us back our trailers in the same conditions we gave them to you in, or we're going to charge you for it. So that quashed that problem there. But glad hand seals are, as you know, they're cheap. A pair of them for about $4 or $5, whatever. So I just always learned to always have at least 1 or 2 sets of glad hand seals in my truck at all times. Alright, that's cool. You're streaming too. I cleaned it out yesterday and turned it in today. Paper Atlas and Google Maps is all you need. Yes, I completely agree, Mish. That's all I use. The Atlas is more of a reference when I need it. I actually tend to use I don't tend to use it for the map part. I tend to use it more for the restrictions and other the appendix related stuff that you won't find on Google, or it's not so easy to find. Alright. Who did you drive for and why did you turn it in? Pappy 10-4, buddy. General, did you get my number? I mean, letting the pussy beat you up. Are the Mexican drivers stealing everything? No, I don't think they really stole much. I heard they used to before I got to them, before I drove for them, but because they used to not do the inspections over there. But now every time you drop a trailer there with that company, they inspect the trailer and then they give you a copy of the inspection sheet. And then when the load actually goes, okay, there's an extra. There's like 3 copies. You get a copy, the guard shack gets a copy, and then a Mexican driver. So when they go back over and they come back, bring it down, they drop it back off. It has to be in the same condition. If it's not, then they get charged for it. So it was an important thing they really needed to do. All right, what message me? Let's see. I drove for Swifton because they suck. Okay, well now, to be fair, now on Cody's situation, he was in a dedicated fleet, and everyone has their own different experiences with them. I'm sure other people say they're good company. I've actually seen people say they're good company. It's just they get a bad rep because they have massive numbers. Pussy message never made the YouTube chat. It was blocked, but it was on the Streamlabs screen. Huh. Interesting. Alright. Alright, so I'm going to get ready to get rolling here, but I'm going to show you guys. This lot is just interesting. There's hardly any... Let me turn all my light off so you can actually see. Okay, there's several spots next to me that are open. A good number of trucks over there. But there are several open spots too. I can't see so well with my mirrors. My mirror in the way. There's another spot next to me that's open. There's a guy there. And when I leave here, you'll see. Okay, now there's a couple of ways I can go out of here. If I can figure out how to get my audio cable out of there. All right. Let these lights heat up and then get out of here. I'm going to go ahead and take this highway right here to the west and take 231, US 231 down to I-70, and then I'll take 70 across. I would consider taking 74 across over to 57, I-74 over to I-57. Starting basically 74 over to Champaign, Illinois, and then head down to I-70. What's that mountain? That's not Mount Vernon, is it? No, it's Effingham. And then head across from there. Now see, there are more open spots over here. Look at this. Is this going to be one way? I don't want to go one way. I want to go the other way. Alright, so I'm going to have to... Let me get turned around, because if I want to go the opposite way, if I want to make a left turn, I got to get to an open area where there's not an island keeping me, preventing me from doing that. Look at all these open spots. Must be because it's Saturday night. Most drivers are probably at home taking their weekends off or something. We're clear both ways. Hey, Tara. Route 32. I'm at the Pilot. I think they call it Union Township on Google Maps. Crawfordsville, Union Township, whatever. I'm gonna head west on 32 over to US 21. I mean 231, whatever. And I'm taking US 231 southbound to I-70 west. See what other options I could have had with Lafayette, Indiana yesterday, or earlier this morning, whatever. I considered driving. When I took a couple hour nap when I shut down there, and when I got up, I was like, ah, screw this. I don't feel like getting up. Because I only had like 4 hours left on my 70 anyway, and so it really didn't make any difference. I said to hell, that I just stayed in bed and got all the sleep I wanted or needed, whatever, and then had to wait until the right time to roll into my recaps tonight before I could leave. Highway 47. Hey, Tom, how's it going? Yeah, it was an interesting little trip through Lafayette, wasn't it? US 136 sign. Not the one I wanted. Alright, so we'll clear it back there. Come on. Play a stupid shit shifting game with me. It seems of older looking and newer looking buildings. Well, I don't know. They got a lot of brick buildings here, so might not be necessarily. Alright, 231 coming up. Can't see. Alright, that's. You had to change before I could get there, didn't you? I knew you weren't going to stay green for me. That never happens. Huh. Well, as soon as this cop gets out of my way, go, dude, I want to turn. Crawfordsville. It's actually not a bad looking town here. What is this here? Elston Building. Urban Initiatives. I'm at 231 and Pike Street. Mass College. Quick Barns. You guys got enough railroad tracks in the area? And 47 split off right here, continuing straight ahead for 231. Castle, 27 miles. Alright, so might give me an idea how far I am from I-70. I didn't catch what town I pick up I-70 in. starting to get more rural. Speed limit's going up to 45 now. You bastards gonna make that light turn red on me. Maybe not. Glad I got around that guy now because the light's ending. Barbecue bacon, whatever the hell they call it, burger. Oh man, that one's good. And then of course the shakes as well. New Hope Christian Church. Drive is what I just crossed. We're gonna pick up I-70. One by my house, not too long. Cause I usually always just went there for shakes because I was, a lot of times I'm not that hungry. So I usually go there just for shakes, but I went there to eat lunch with, to get food for our lunch for our kids, myself, and our roommate and all that, and tried that burger. I'm like, man, this thing is really freaking good. And she, my roommate was like, just. Oh man, she was in like heaven when she had her burger. I can't remember which one she ordered. Might have been the same one, but she was seriously loving it though. What kind of horror stories have you heard about Steak and Shake, Beach? And every individual Steak and Shake store can give you a different experience too. You might have a great experience at one and then a not great experience at another. poisoning you can really get from any store. Doesn't matter who it is, if it's, I mean, any place at all. They can fall victim to receiving tainted product from their suppliers. Yeah, so I never worry about the food poisoning part. And a lot of people, when they get food poisoning, they usually assume it's the very last thing they ate, when it's not usually the case. It's usually something they ate previously. Now, when they do figure out that there's a chain of people getting them, they're USDA's USDA's pretty quick to investigate and figure out where the source is and shut them down, as well as do recalls. That's right, there are plenty of other good burger joints too. Don't need to try to coerce you to change your values or whatever. Alright, Highway 234. Heroes, Munster Indian. Never heard of that one, but it must be a local thing up there in Chicago. Yeah, I like eating at Wendy's too. The food is fresh. They have that same business model as In-N-Out in a way, where they don't freeze anything. They want everything to be delivered fresh, and they serve it fresh. And you can tell because the food quality is good. Munster, Indiana. That's Mediterranean food, right? Like Greek food? Because you said hero earlier. Oh, yeah, that paper chef hat thing, they do the same thing at In-N-Out Burgers. My kids always like getting those In-N-Out burger hats whenever they're there. Heroes are Greek burritos. Yeah, I used to eat Heroes all the time when I was in Italy, and then when I was on the Walmart fleet, quite regularly I would stop at the Mad Greek Cafe in Baker, California. And if I was there during the daytime, I'd often order I'd get a Hero from them. There's also a place in Riverside that I used to eat lunches at sometimes. Over on the south side of Riverside, California. Those are always good. Actually, I just had a wrap yesterday at the Service Plaza. I don't know what kind of food it was. I don't know if it was Greek or something else. But it was good. I just couldn't eat very much of it. I could only eat maybe half before I'm like, all right, I'm full. Mad Greek is good. They give like 20% discounts to truckers too. They always, whenever you pay with your card, they always ask for your ID, and as soon as they see you got a Class A license, they automatically give you a discount. Very cool. You can see famous people in there too. In fact, when I was in a car club in Southern Cal, we all went up to Las Vegas for something. I can't remember what for. Well, I think just screwball around or whatever. I don't remember, but I remember we went in there. We were in line waiting to order our food, and he was also sitting at a table, not pretty good place to sit. We didn't bother him at all. He was busy talking to us. He was there. All right, he was. I drink beer and I drink mixers. I just. Presidential candidates just in his campaign. Stever or whatever, Stater or what's that guy's name? Just saw a notification. I don't know who. I don't know the guy. I don't know who the whole list of people are, and I never watch the debates either. I don't really care. Bunch of damn talking heads is all they are to me. Mistaken, probably about 10 miles away from I-70. That's about how far I am from that town that I saw on that sign back there, further back. US 36, crossing it now. I could go this way too if I want to. I know the US 36 will take that over. degrees here. Oh, stop being so sensitive. Not even like right on top of the line. Close, but not on it. Hey, what's up, Eric? What's going on with you? You doing your 34 still? Yeah, I'm feeling, I think 74 over to 57 is a faster route. Might be a little bit longer, but so you can run higher speed the entire time. Pretty willing to bet it's a faster actual route. But this would be more scenic if I could come through here during the daytime. Pick up in Colton tomorrow, alright. And head to Ochalata. Oh. Cool, so you're in Bakersfield or what's that other town over there? Arvin? You're over in that area, right? It's all the Grimway Farms places I know are all over there in the Bakersfield area. Okay, Arvin, yeah. So you're picking up a carrot load, basically. Brick Chapel. Van Bibber Lake, 4 miles to the west. Cloverdale now. So you're picking up to, you're still trying to get picked up tonight, right? Which way are you going to end up taking to the drop yard? You take 58 across to, 14 and then 138, or different way? could be because maybe maybe it has enough time, at least some time on it. Maybe they need somebody to cover or load out of Colton that doesn't want to pick up there or something.
Just enough time to get it delivered. Yeah, I'm guessing maybe they just need help covering a Colton load that somebody doesn't want to do or something. Never know. Truck here is Putnam County Museum parking lot. Dirty zone. Had to double check that railroad crossing wasn't going to be too hilly for me to cross. Figured it wouldn't be because it's a U.S. route and it's not truck restricted. But that paranoid about any kind of stupid thing creating a safety hazard, you know, obviously it's one of those natural things you got to instinctively be aware of every time you cross a railroad crossing, you know, when you're in a truck. Alright, 231, turn left. Check out these little towns like this. What's this place here? Couldn't read the sign, it was too far up, a little bit above, too close and a little bit. What the hell direction I need to go? Okay, right. Shoot there. I got a freaking knock my drink over, you asshole. Oh, is that a Taylor Farms zone or something? It's an 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. drop window. That's usually Taylor Farms. Hey, what's up, Matt? By the way, happy anniversary. I was looking at the company newsletter and I saw your name in there. Said once I'm out of this area, by the way. Too much going on here. Gotta watch for signs and whatever else, dogs and who knows what else. Alright, Junction, Highway 240. Just tuning in, I'm southbound on US 231 in Indiana. about 10 miles north of Cloverdale, Indiana. It's about where US 231 and I-70 meet up. Chicago and always overweight. Victor is. He's retired. In fact, I met up with him once at Coachella, or at the TA over there in Coachella, because he lives only about 10 miles away from there. What do you ask, Eric? With Victor or something, or yeah, I know he watches Scotty's feeds. 'Cause I've seen him comment on there. straight ahead. Hey, what's up, Corey? Yeah, Victor doesn't drive anymore, but JCT was the last company he did drive for, so that's why he's still in the group. Speaking of that, because I was going through, kind of created a list, because I'm just kind of curious about how much experience how long drivers stay with JCT. Cloverdale, 5 miles away. So out of the drivers I have so far on my list, I don't know, basically only out of the company newsletters. The ones who stay long enough to actually have an anniversary, the average time that a driver has been with JCT has been a little over 4 years, just over 4 years. A lot of one-year drivers, but then you got a number of other drivers with even more than a decade of time with us. Now, not a ton of drivers with more than a decade, but they're there. Now, I'll be hitting my 2-year anniversary in about not quite in less than 2 weeks. I think it's March 12th is when I hit it. Figure out why I never got that backpack that I asked for, that I ordered for the 1-year longevity of rewards. Because Cody Shewar. It's one of the other things here with JCT. Once when you get longevity awards. So when you've been with us for at least 6 months, I'll give you a certain list of items you can pick from. And then when you hit a year, there's another list. And then when you hit 2 years, I think there's another list, and so on. How's that pullover, Eric? I gotta figure out why I never got the backpack. Because I ordered it, and I don't know why I never got it. I gotta try and remember to inquire about it on Monday or something. So should be coming up on I-70 pretty soon, I think. Junction, I-70, what am I thinking? Don't know if I don't think they're, you mean non-driver employees? I don't think so, but I could be wrong. Because I do always have lurkers, so I don't know who's always watching me. I take this straight across to St. Louis now. So Eric and Matt, Cody Cody is a friend of mine. I actually trained him when I was at Sierra England. He's getting ready to hire on with us this coming week. Sometimes there's a hiccups in that communication system though, because like usually I get emails saying when the monthly newsletters come out, and I noticed there have been a couple times the newsletters come out and I never get any notification about them. I only knew that I knew the more recent one came out because I did come in my email, but the two previous ones, I never got any email about them. I had to actually go in, actually went on to johnquister.com website and located and actually looked at them. Damn it, you piece of shit, roads. Fix your freaking roads. Damn it, assholes. And I recall Illinois being about 160 or so. So yeah, right, it should be right around 200 from here to St. Louis. And I've driven just about 50. Or no, 45. So that's the case. It'll barely be over like 520, 530 or whatever it is by the time I get to the Oklahoma border. So I may end up ending my shift in Oklahoma. Maybe see if I can reach Veneta or the truck stop over there at US 69. That's where I'm going to be getting off I-44 anyway. Damn it! Don't tell me to check my charger connection. How about you check yourself on giving me such a damn rough ride that the phone does that. Yeah, that's the one. Right where I-44 and US 69 meet up. That's where if it pans out, I might end my shift there. That's if I'm adding up the miles correctly. I want to say I-44 in Missouri is like 270, I don't know, could even be 290 or so. That's high 200s if I remember right though. Oh, there's a sign right there saying St. Louis about 200 miles. them up and ask them what the fee is. So yeah, I didn't find out if it's cash only or what. It's let's see. I don't suppose you ever went to Laredo with Sierra England, did you? The little bit of time you were with them, Eric? Cody, I'm not sure if you ever did end up over there. The time you spent there on the OTR side. Now the place I'm going to is right around literally right down the street from S&R Forwarding, up there off of Highway 255. Do that. When you were with the Sierra England, did you ever go to S&R Forwarding up there off of Highway 255? You know, the one that's up north, about 18 miles north of the yard. Right down the street from S&R Forwarding. Actually, if you park on the street in front of the receipt. For anybody who's newer to watching live streams on YouTube, yeah, if it buffers, just hang tight. Just keep playing it. Whenever then it'll come back up when I'm in a better signal area. I'm on I-70 right now. Qualcomm units as far as I know. They might not have the older one, the Etch-a-Sketch looking ones anymore, the MCP 100. But some trucks have the MCP 200 and then mine's the MCP 90. So if you look on Google for MCP 90, not Qualcomm, but Omnitrack's MCP 90, that's what kind I have. Yeah, it'll be a while before I stop for anything, but when I do, I can show you. So I'm down to about 3/8 of a tank of fuel, so if I do stop for fuel before I stop for my 30, I can show you then, if you're still up. For him on Facebook, you'll see me as a mutual friend. I told my DM to watch out for you. Said maybe you can she can get you on her board because she's from Layton, Utah also. But they moved out of, they left there when she was 15. She's I can't remember how old she is. She's a little bit older than you. She's in her 30s, but she's not that much older. No fee for streaming. At least I don't pay anything at all. All I do is start my stream as a new event. And of course broadcast it to YouTube, and then it'll show up as an unlisted video, so nobody will see it. Then I actually go into my YouTube app. I go into my profile and look for the video, and I change the name of it to what I want it to be. I have to edit it and change the name to what I want it to be, and then I'll change the privacy setting on it from unlisted to public. That's all there is to it. She can be a little bit of a micromanager if she feels like she needs to be. She is pretty proactive. Plus, if you're on her board, I can always keep tabs on, if there's anything that needs to be worked on, whatever. Something that might help with, whatever might help with you and her working effectively together. Clinton and Brazil. Sooner than that. So I may need to stop at like Effingham or somewhere. I don't know. I'm not sure who you're asking that to, but I don't use WhatsApp, so I don't have a number I can give you even if I wanted, if I had one. Or, you know, even if I wanted to give you one, whatever. Griffin Bike Park, exit 11A. Driven 62 miles. It can't possibly be that much burn. The referral bonus is anywhere from $500 to $2,500. What happens is when you complete orientation and you get dispatched onto your first load, I'll get a $500 bonus from that. And then for every quarter that you stay with JCT after you've been hired, for your first year, I get another $500 for every quarter. So the minimum would be $500, the maximum would be $2,500. Just depends on how long you stay with us. Amy, no, you do not have to pay anything to go live on YouTube. Well, I do have a YouTube Premium account, but I don't think that's, as far as I know, it's not necessary. I could be wrong, though. I'm on I-70 westbound in Indiana. I'm not too far from Terre Haute. Terre Haute's right over by the Indiana-Illinois border. I'll just get my fuel out here then. Hell with that. I'm in Terre Haute now. If I don't know what the nature of your problem is with going live, what kind of problem are you having? Because I can't work with you on that if you're going to give really vague information. Like, what are you actually doing, and what are you actually getting as a result? Mother F. Alright, that's at 11. Southbound US, State Route 641. Eastbound US 40. There's really nothing to it. Get in Streamlabs, get your damn stream started. Make sure you have it set. You're configured to go into your to stream to YouTube. Start your stream on Streamlabs, and then go into your YouTube app and go find the app. Go find the video that was just created and change the name and privacy on it. That's it. you have a wrong setting on there, I think. I've seen that before, I think, and it's forget what causes that. What option are you selecting when you go to hit the record button? Because when you hit record, that window pops up and asks you what option you want to use. What are you using there for the option? To get into Illinois so I can get away from this stupid 60 and 65 truck limit. Got about 10 miles to go before I'll be in Illinois. Effingham, 71 miles away. Alright, I should be able to reach that, no problem. So I'll probably just go ahead and get my fuel in Effingham to, or at least some of it. Alright, so it's Tom Steyer. That's that presidential candidate who's dropping out. Good evening, Jim. Double check on the Pilot app what the better prices are on this route. afraid to pass that car. So I wonder if they're drifting a little bit. Tom kind of been giving a number one fan salute when you go by or something. About Google Maps for interstate. You're talking about for trip planning? Yeah, you can use it. That's how I use it. You just got to know how to use it effectively. I can help you with that. There are certain little details you need to try to remember to watch for, like especially when you're on when you're not on the interstate. You know, maybe if you're on a lower level street and it crosses the railroad tracks, you want to be sure you know whether the tracks cross over the top of or below or at grade or whatever with the road. And sometimes they're useful. Sometimes those are useful landmarks too to help you know how far away you are from an expected turn. Anything, any route you do, you can always, run an idea by me, whatever. Let me know. Hey, you want to make sure this is a good route to take, and I'll help you get up to speed on that. Just about to enter Illinois in about half a mile. Ranger, 8 miles, exit 147. As long as I'm awake, it doesn't bother me at all. I just crossed into Illinois right now. Way station 4 miles. I want to speed up, but now I'm in the middle of getting passed by another truck. Wait on him to go by first. it is. It's only about 155 miles across. Let's see, I should put me in St. Louis around midnight. Maybe actually a little bit sooner. Know what'll happen. I won't like the result. No, I won't. I would never do that. To do that, your brakes are going to lock up on you. Jamie, yes, it's DOT inspection papers. Yes, I did get them in my email last week, thankfully. Finally. Just had to print them up now. On the way station there. Why do these clowns always slow down for the damn way motion system? It's closed anyway. Do have some games we play during the daytime, like Swift versus JCT, or Yellow versus Purple, or whatever. Could even add in other colors in it too, like just see who wins every day. Easy to play at night. my fuel seems to be stabilizing now, but it's I don't trust it. Pilot here. Definitely a newer looking one. I assume I'm going to have to wait for land start before I can go into that lane. Yeah, mine's a large one. Actually, no, mine's mine are different. I'll show you them in a minute. I don't need tractor. Don't need F4 reefer here. Sounds good, Eric. Alright, Cody. These are mine. Okay, I got the smaller black pre-pass, and then the easy pass is blue. And then I have a passive one here for, I think that's Pike Pass or whatever. Yeah, it's Pike Pass. And my Qualcomm is that one right there. And some drivers have a different Qualcomm unit in their truck, because we have like 3 different types that we use. My truck just happens to have this particular kind. Alright, I need to go to the home on that app and then start mobile fuel. Now I'm setting on my, Cody, I'm setting on my fuel purchase right through the My Pilot app. You're going to want to use that. It makes things a lot more convenient. At least that's the case. At least if you buy your fuel at Pilot and Flying J, you don't have to get your fuel at Pilot Flying J, but I get it. Yeah, I like to have make sure I'm getting good fuel for one, and plus I get shower credits. All right, get my fuel.
all done. Let's see. Alright. I got 70 gallons of fuel here. I put it all on the driver's side. That way I know I won't have any problems with, or I shouldn't have problems with it not feeding from the right side, if that does happen. Hey. Don't get people too worked up now. There's Cody. Alright, yeah, so 70 gallons at 6.8 miles per gallon. That should easily get me a good 450 miles. That'll get me all the way to, should get me all the way to Joplin.
I assume you're not talking about this Californian here, Eric. I'm assuming you're talking about the stupid drivers on Highway 58. Alright, I'm gonna get rolling here. Gonna press on and don't really plan to stop again until I'm somewhere in Missouri. Here at a perpendicular angle. Best way to know that it's clear over there on the right is turn your truck perpendicular to the street you're intersecting with, even if the road's slant. Alright, this truck is about to turn. I'll give him extra space. I don't think he needs the space, but I'll give him it just in case. Corey. Another truck pulled out in front of you and missed 58. I didn't want to get too much fuel there regardless, because I know I can get better prices further into Missouri or even Oklahoma. The Road Ranger here, they used to be a Pilot affiliate, but they are no longer. Same CB that I've always been using. Same antenna and everything. Yeah, and I get unlimited free showers anyway from Pilot, because as long as you buy at least 1,000 gallons of fuel per month, you get free. You get unlimited free showers. Coming up, and they've already moved over. Gentile Transport, is that what? Something like that. Out now from Missouri. Cody, you ought to have your own Pilot card, and you'll be able to get shower credits when you're once you start using your card. It's all right. They're good for about a week, and then once you get 1,000 gallons of fuel, what you can do every, you can get 1,000 gallons of fuel in not even half a month. every 25 gallons of reefer fuel also gives you half a credit. So that's one of the tricks you can use if you don't have unlimited credits. Let your reefer tank run down to less than half a tank of fuel, and then you. Yeah, that's a Swift truck there in front of me. Yeah, my lane Swift. Bit of a vacuum effect when the other truck got in front of him. The wind currents, basically the wake turbulence for both trucks probably caused the Swift truck to get pulled over. 26th coming up. It's like it's Martinsville. I just started posting them. Yeah, it took a little bit of time, but and it helped that I tended to watch my friend Scotty's live feeds a lot, and I kind of established rapport with some of the people who regularly watch his feeds. And then when I started streaming myself, some of those people started coming to my feed. On top of that, it's some of the other videos I post on my backing videos particularly tend to interest people. The double blindside backing video I did back in 2016 or whatever it was, over in Spring Valley, California. That's my #1 viewed video in my entire collection, and usually my view count on that one spikes, my subscriber count also spikes. So like right now, my sub count is going up by about 1 or 2 or so viewers per day, which is fine. I don't really care. I'm not trying to have the biggest YouTube following in the world. I just really friends, family, or whoever, whatever wants to, either just keep up on what's going on with me because they know me, or people want to see what trucker life is like through my eyes, whatever, or whatever the reason. I don't really care. As long as anybody's interested in watching, it's all good to me. You'll gradually get more and more interest if you just keep posting the videos, and just especially if you put stuff up that's actually of interest to people. Those are fun to do, aren't they? They're easy too. Once you just got to learn the setup, and it's really not much to it. It amazes me how many guys in sleeper cabs don't know how to do those though. Like so many watch you overshoot the spot and go and then turn around and then just do a regular side setup, and when they can do a U-turn setup and save a lot of time. Jamie, what happened there? I woke up to my alarm, and they're like, I'm tired. I don't feel like getting up. at my recaps. Actually, yeah, look at about 12:30 because it's 10:12 right now local time, and I got 2:20 left on my clock. Recaps, the earliest I get there is really early on the 3rd. Like about 1 or 2 in the morning on the 3rd. Because I need those recaps on the 3rd to get there. But I won't need much. From what I'm calculating, only about an hour or so of recaps is what I'll need. Shift and tonight and tomorrow and into the morning. Please don't flash your brights at me. They haven't yet, but I'm hoping they don't. Straight across 223 or what?
Washington, AP, a government whistleblower has filed a complaint alleging that some federal workers did not have the necessary protective gear or training when they were deployed to help Americans evacuated from China during the coronavirus outbreak. The complaint deals with Health and Human Services Department employees sent to Travis and March Air Force bases in California to assist the quarantined evacuees. The Office of Special Counsel, a federal agency that investigates
like
personnel issues, confirmed Thursday it has received
like
the
you'll be
unnamed
stopping
whistleblower's
at,
complaint and has
Gatsby
opened
then.
a case. Rep. Jimmy Gomez D. Califf said the whistleblower recently contacted his office, also alleging retaliation by higher-ups for having flagged safety issues. Gomez's office said the complaint was filed by a high-ranking official at the Administration for Children and Families, an HHS social service agency. The whistleblower was among a team of about a dozen employees from the agency who had been deployed to help connect the evacuees with government assistance that they might qualify for to ease their return. The team was there from mid-January until earlier this month. Although team members had gloves at times and at other times masks, they lacked full protective gear and received no training on how to protect themselves in a viral hot zone, according to a description provided by the congressional office. They had no respirators. While helping the evacuees, team members noticed that workers from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention were in full gear to protect them from getting sick. Gomez's office said the high-ranking whistleblower complained to superiors and was given the choice of being reassigned or being fired. Gomez said as far as he knows none of the workers from the agency has become infected with the virus. Without referring directly to the complaint, Gomez questioned HHS Secretary Alex Azar about the situation during a congressional hearing Thursday. Were any of these ACF employees exposed to high-risk evacuees? Asked Gomez, adding it was his understanding that it was kind of chaotic on the ground when the team was sent to California. Azar responded that he was not aware of any violation of protective practices. Urgency does not compensate for violating isolation and quarantine protocols, he said. I'd want to know the full facts and would take appropriate remedial measures, Azar added. If one of the HHS workers had become infected, that person could then have unwittingly infected others, Gomez said. Ari Wilkenfeld, a lawyer representing the unidentified whistleblower, said in a statement, "This matter concerns HHS' response to the coronavirus and its failure to protect its employees and potentially the public. The retaliatory efforts to intimidate and silence our client must be opposed." HHS did not respond to requests for comment. The whistleblower complaint was first reported by the Washington Post. ____. Associated Press writer Carol Feldman contributed to this report. Article 83 of 123. Starbucks reopens most of China's stores as new coronavirus infections fall, early signs of recovery.
Phone died. I don't know if you guys are still on there. Anybody still with me? Alright, cool. My battery died. Apparently, I had to turn the cord around. I didn't realize that it was wearing down. I don't really pay attention to what the battery indicator is usually. So I had to correct it and get it just enough power to refire and restart the stream. I'm planning on, if I'm expecting to go through bad weather, if I'm expecting to go through weather, I won't wash it. I'll wait till after the weather clears, and then I'll keep an eye on the weather forecast before I'll wash it. posted about it on my Facebook. It's called Granger. That was a good movie. Basically, gist of it, it's about the life of what's his name, Brandon. I forget his name. Brandon something. He ended up being a walk-on player, a football player, offensive lineman at the University of Arkansas. And I guess he was such a high-impact player for them, or person for them, whatever. That they actually, to this day, they still have a locker, like in a glass display, whatever, with with his stuff. Interstate 255 closed. 955, 70 to 64 near St. Louis. I'm not going that way anyway. I have enough problems with not being able to use it myself because my kids and wife are always using it as it is, Cody. You watching it on top of it will just add to my problem. $60 a month for it, so we get live TV and everything on it. He really could be my kid. bus that's catching me. Wasn't too bad. 55 mile an hour limit and slower got kind of annoying at times, but it wasn't bad. I'd like to go through there during the daytime. It'd be more scenic and probably a little more enjoyable to see stuff there. Really wasn't bad though. I suspect 74 across the 57 over to here would have been faster, but yeah, I like taking some occasionally different and scenic routes. So yeah, it didn't bother me at all. Hey Lisa, how you doing? Cody, no, I've never high hooked before because I knew what I was taught about it as a trainee. landing gears off the ground before I'll actually couple in. Ouch, another rough night for you, huh? That's not good. A little over 90 miles to go to Missouri now. Cody actually demonstrated when I was at the shipper picking this trailer up, little details I watch for every time I hook to a trailer. Yeah, when we're at our terminal, yeah, we do have a truck wash there. They will wash the truck and both the outside and the inside of the trailer for us. Truck wash at the terminal is free. We just have to go to our maintenance shop and ask them for a truck wash voucher, and they give it to us. No, we don't have auto kingpin locks. We have to actually get out and unlock them. 5:30, 5:40 or so before I get to Oklahoma. Then from there to Big Cabin is probably another 50 or so miles or something like that. It's almost 2300 local time here. Or 11 p.m. Of course, that's assuming I don't get too tired to want to drive after I do my 30-minute break or nap, whatever I have, whatever I end up doing when I do stop for my 30. What are you up so early for anyway? You usually go to bed at like 3 in the morning, don't you? 2 or 3 in the morning? Got like an active mind that's keeping you up or something? Working on your project, the 3D modeling project? So you're talking about you work at a grocery store, remember, right? That's funny, Jamie. You go south to go from Eastern time zone into Central. That's funny. Basically, you just go down into Tennessee if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that's what I thought you said, Lisa. The supermarket, the grocery store. Exit 76. Ah, okay. Hey, how's it going, some beer? South of Lexington. Okay, so you're over kind of in eastern Kentucky then. South Central, okay. No, camera is clean. I cleaned it before I started driving. just over 140,000 miles long per year. 137 area. 44 in Big Country and take US 69 and US 75 take a more direct route down to Dallas from there. Mulberry Grove and Keysport. 1 mile ahead. Certain cases I will park on them if that's the only option available. Now, certain states you don't want to be caught doing that, but most areas the cops won't bother you anyway unless some idiot crashes into you. Greenville and Carlisle. Yeah, either of those locations, though, the trick is just stay in the sleeper berth. Put yourself in sleeper berth status and stay back there, and they can't bother you. They're only allowed to mess with you if they see you up front. Pocahontas, 8 miles away. St. Louis, 46. Finally above 20% on my battery power now. I'm gonna go ahead and fire my voice reader back up.
Starbucks reopens most of China stores as new coronavirus infections fall early signs of recovery. Starbucks SBUX said on Thursday that 85% of its China stores are open after seeing the early signs of a recovery in the region, CEO Kevin Johnson wrote in a letter to employees. As a result, the situation is improving throughout major parts of China. We now have 85% of stores open across China and continue to assess the ongoing impact, he added.
Hi, Della.
Earlier this month, Starbucks said it had temporarily closed more than half of its China stores. That was necessary to protect the safety of our partners and our customers, and we also want to make sure we do our part to not help spread the virus in this country, Starbucks China CEO Belinda Wong said in a video posted on Twitter from inside the 30,000. The company is still assessing the financial impact of store closures in China. The coffee giant operates 4,100 stores in China, its second largest and fastest growing market. As the world's largest coffee chain, Starbucks operates more than 31,000 stores across about 75 markets. The company said it's using its learnings from China to prepare other markets for a potential outbreak. We are staying close to the situation in every single market through connections with local health officials and are prepared to take whatever actions necessary, market by market, to ensure the health and well-being of our partners and customers, Johnson wrote. Shares of Starbucks were last trading down about 2% at around $78.90. Shares have fallen about 12% in the last month. Julia LaRoche is a correspondent at Yahoo Finance.
Yeah, I'll get this.
Scaramucci sounds off on why markets are so volatile. Buffett is almost certain stocks will beat bonds over time. Article 84 of 123. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What was the slickest thing you have done or seen somebody do on an airplane? James Jeffries. Answered September 6, 2019, upvoted by Kim Aaron, taught aircraft performance and dynamics at Caltech. I was traveling with a friend who is an doctor from Indianapolis to Dallas. About halfway through the flight, an older gentleman across the aisle and up a couple rows started to get out of his seat, then collapsed back onto the person next to him. My friend calmly moved towards the gentleman while pushing every call button that he passed. 2 flight attendants started his way and he said loudly that he needed the medical bag and AED. With the help of another person, they lowered the unconscious man into the aisle and started CPR. The AED and medical bag was delivered, which was well stocked with medications, but the gentleman was not responding well. My friend looked at the flight attendants and stated that he was a board-certified emergency medicine physician and I'm ordering this plane to land. The attendant had a brief conversation on the phone with the captain and within a few minutes we were on the ground at an airport in Arkansas that the town name escapes me. The gentleman was met with medical personnel and my friend was met by security. After about an hour and a half on the ground where most of the time was spent by my friend filling out paperwork as to why the plane was forced to land, we were back air power to order a commercial aircraft to land while remaining cool and calm while simultaneously saving a life is as slick as it gets. Edit, several people are getting hung up that a civilian can't order a plane to land. I'm sure all of that went on behind the scenes. My story is what I witnessed in the cabin. 65.9K views. View 4.3K upvoters. View sharers. Answer requested by Peter Creed. About the author. James Jeffries. Former retired from NASA 1984-2015. MBA Business and Political Science, Harvard University graduated 1986. Lives in London, Ohio. 286.1K content views, 3.2K this month. In other languages. In Spanish. Que es lo más ingenioso que ha hecho visto hacer en un avión? View 49 other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Open an app.
36 coming up next.
Article 85 of 123. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. Have you ever met a celebrity who was trying to be incognito? Did you blow their cover or help them along? Carol Hilker, writer and teacher. 2004 present. Updated February 14, 2020. I used to work at a bar in Chicago. It was in the Gold Coast, in an area known for its nightlife but not so much its day life. This particular day, I was working a Friday day shift.
You know, Highway
Friday
14 to 138 is a shorter and faster route, don't you?
A pair of construction workers, sometimes this schizophrenic musician named John, and a few other odds and ends, including a man whose name I can't quite remember, but was a nice guy. Over the course of the week, someone had mentioned that Mike Myers was filming a movie in the neighborhood. This was in 2007, so he wasn't super relevant at the time, and I don't think anyone thought twice about it. This one Friday,
Yeah, from
it's like
58,
2 or 3
take
p.m. and the
14
lunch
down
break is
in,
basically over.
When you get to Mojave, take 14 down to
There is one lone guy at
Palmdale.
the bar, the guy whose name I can't remember.
Then you
who is
take
nice.
138
He
across
walks
from
a guy in a
there
baseball
to
hat and he sits down at the
over
bar.
to I-15.
I
It's
turn
shorter
to him
and
he smiles.
faster than
I
taking
am thinking, wow,
395.
that guy looks like Mike Myers. I imagine he sees the recognition in my eyes. I say hello and he says hello back, but in a deep, thick Romanian accent. As he's using this accent, there is a twinkle in his eyes and I smile and play along. For the most part, I leave him alone after bringing him his beer, but he starts asking me questions and I play along. He asks what neighborhood we're in, etc. I'm smiling. I all of a sudden felt like I was in an improvisational exercise with the guy. The one other customer is sitting at the other end of the bar. He continues to look over sporadically, also trying to figure out if it's Mike Myers. I go to pour him a new beer and he leans in and says, "Hey, is that Mike Myers?" I am certain that the guy at the other end, aka Mike Myers, can clearly hear him. I say, "I don't know. Maybe you should just ask him." He keeps repeating, "It's got to be him, it's got to be him." I walk back over and smile at Mike but say nothing. It takes the other guy about a minute to work up the courage and he goes over and says, "Excuse me, are you Mike Myers?" My back is turned, but I hear the response, in a thick Romanian accent like a vampire, "Who is Mike Myers? Is he a famous person?" I don't know what a Mike Myers is. The man goes on to explain Mike Myers movies. Romanian accent aka Mike Myers acts like he's never heard of himself. I turn around and smile and say, "It's no one. Just some she asterisk Y actor." And he busts out laughing. The other guy looks at me horrified and walks back, still not sure. Truly. I'm sure at this point, and he can see in my eyes that I am totally messing with him and playing along. He finished his beer, still laughing and using the accent. As he left, he smiled and thanked me without an accent and that was that. I was really proud that I got a comedian to laugh. Smiley face. 71.3K views.
That's cool.
View 6.8K.
Alright, so Eric, if you take 395 down, that's like 20 miles longer. And you'll still have lights to deal with in Atlanta and Victorville. So they won't really get you, I mean, you'll have there are some areas there where you can run faster, but you'll still have traffic lights in the Victorville and Atlanta area that'll still slow you down.
Open an app. Article 86 of 123. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What is the biggest shock you've ever received in a courtroom? Edward Peterson, studied at San Jose State University. Answered February 27, 2020. Author has 554 answers and 299.8K answer views.
Take that first exit into
I wasn't
Mojave
involved, but I know the
down
man
there.
who did this.
And
He
then you
was a
just take it
firearms
straight down
examiner
and
in a
turns
crime
into
lab.
Highway 14.
He examined a firearm that was involved in a criminal case. He determined that the firearm was inoperable. He was testifying to his examination in court, and then without anyone knowing, he loaded the gun, pointed it at the ceiling, and pulled the trigger to demonstrate that it was inoperable. You can guess what happened. The gun fired and he put a bullet hole in the ceiling of the courtroom. Everyone in the courtroom was in shock. He mumbled that it wasn't supposed to happen, and before anyone could stop him, he loaded the gun a second time and put another bullet hole in the ceiling. He was restrained by a bailiff before the firearm examiner could do any more damage to the ceiling or his career. At that point his career was over.
Island,
You are
Illinois,
probably
that's two
asking how
exits.
anyone could be so stupid. I have no idea. 7K views. View 470 upvotes.
Okay, so usually when I go down to 14, you have two options. You can either go straight on to 138 eastbound, which goes right through downtown Palmdale,
San Jose, California.
or you go a little bit further down the road to Pear Blossom Highway
5K this month.
and take that way
Other answers to this
to the
question.
east, and it'll run you back into 138 on the southeast end of Palmdale.
Article 87 of 123. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. As an enlisted service member, what did an officer do to earn your respect? Scott Wiesensky, former U.S. Army infantry soldier at U.S. Army, 1987-1995. Answered September 18, 2019. Upvoted by Jim Witt, former SSGT in the Air Force at U.S. Air Force, 1992-2004, and
Exit
Terry
30.
Guile, former CW3,
Stay
USA,
around 143.
1971-91, LDRSHP Ed and TNG, JROTC, Inster at U.S. Army, 1991-2015, author has 478 answers and 1.5 meters answer views. As a young E3 in 1988, I was on guard duty at 0300. Someone approached my post on foot. I approached and gave him challenge word. He held hands in plain sight and gave proper password. As I approached him closer, I saw his rank and his name tape. It was Walter J. Marm. Dot. I served in the 157th Infantry Brigade, and Walter J. Marm was Deputy Brigade Commander. He was a full colonel at that time, and had been awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor in Vietnam. Up until that point, I had heard of him, and I knew who he was but had never met him. Despite me being a PFC at the time and him being a colonel, he didn't talk down to me. He treated me as an equal. We talked about cars, motorcycles, hockey, girls, guns, and just stuff in general. He took great interest in how things were going with me in the Army and told me if I needed any help with anything I could always stop in and see him. He even asked if I had any ideas or suggestions on how to improve things. All in all, we talked for around an hour or so. One of the finest officers I've ever had the pleasure of serving with. 64.8K views. View 2.4K upvoters. View sharers. Suggestions pending. About the author. Scott Wiesensky. Police Dispatcher 2002 present. 1.5 meters content views 71.6K this month. View 100 plus other answers to this question. About careers privacy terms contact. Open an app. Article 88 of 123. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What's the fastest you've wiped a smirk off of someone's face? Charlotte Clark, Human Resources and Charities 2013 present. Answered February 27, 2020. There is a lot of history to this story which I won't go into here, but the short version is that for 5 years after we split, myself and the father of my children had been amicable. There had never been any issues with him seeing the children, and he had always paid child maintenance on time with no reminders necessary. I would be inclined to say it wasn't just amicable, we had managed to remain friends for the sake of the children. That was until last summer, July 2019, when he met someone new. She took an immediate dislike to me because she couldn't understand our friendship, and despite having 3 children of her own, appeared to take an immediate dislike to my children. 7 months later, my son doesn't see his father anymore, and my daughter often asks to stay home with us rather than see him fortnightly like she used to. Well, girlfriend decided their dad was paying too much maintenance. After arguments, we agreed he could reduce it from the £280 a month he was giving us to £50 a week. It then became a nightmare. I was having to remind him every week that he hadn't paid it yet, and he became more and more demanding, expecting me to drop my daughter off at the weekend and or pick her up. This was fine for the first 3 months until Christmas, when he told me she had advised him to apply through the child maintenance service because he would then only have to give me £40 a week. I told him I had worked it all out to be around £70 a week using. I was lying. On Saturday, the child maintenance service got in touch. From this week he has to give us £72.26 a week, and to make it even more satisfying, because he has gone through them, it is now legally binding, so he has no choice but to pay it in full on time, or they will automatically take it straight from his bank account and he will be charged a 20% fee on top every week. It now works out at £313 per month, so he is paying more than he was before he even met her. Rather than seeing me as the enemy and ruining his relationship with our children, they should have listened to me in the first place. I just wish I could have been a fly on the wall when he received and opened the letter. 20.4K views. View 1.8K upvoters. View sharers. About the author. Charlotte Clark. Almost a decade supporting homeless families.
That's that one, exit 24, Highway 143, Marine and Highland.
B.A. Hans Criminology from University of Brighton, graduated 2007. Lives in the United Kingdom. 221.9K content views, 71.1K this month. View 14 other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Open an app. Article 89 of 123. Answer, Quora. Open an app.
You're gonna turn right on that exit when you get off there at Mojave.
Conversation you've had with a detainee.
Turn right and just stay on that road.
Brian Morgan, retired peace officer, criminal justice instructor. Updated December 19, 2018. Author has 1.2K answers and 1.3 meters answer views. I had arrested a prostitute for being under the influence of drugs, possession of. On the way to jail, she at first told me she was a prostitute because she did drugs. I was being polite and she thought I was cute for asking and being concerned about her being a streetwalker, as I had just started working alone after finishing training, and she could tell. She admitted she really liked heroin because she didn't have to think about the past. I got to ask her why she started using drugs. She admitted she was abused physically and psychologically as a child. She told me they helped erase the pain by altering her reality, my words not hers, and then she got hooked. Instead of changing their situation. She didn't think she was beautiful, that was how I got her to talk. I told her she was beautiful, why would she do that? When I booked her into jail, she asked me if she could see me again sometime. I told her thank you, but no, I was married. I thought she had told me the absolute truth. It helped me understand why most other people use drugs. 183K views. View 802 upvoters. View sharers. Answer requested by Frank Anthony Caruso Jr. About the author. Brian Morgan. Retired peace officer, criminal justice instructor. Former retired deputy sheriff at Fresno County, CA 1985-2004. B.S. Safety and Business, Montana College of Mineral Science and Technology, graduated 1983. 1.3 meters content views, 159.9K this month. Active in one space. View 26 other answers to this question. About careers privacy terms contact.
That's it, 21,
Open an
stay
app.
round 4, Lebanon and
Article
Staunton
90
next.
of 123. Sofia Vergara, Heidi Klum said as America's Got Talent Season 15 judges. Click here to read the full article. Sofia Vergara has signed on as a judge for the upcoming 15th season of America's Got Talent at NBC, Variety has learned. In addition, Heidi Klum is returning to the show for the first time since 2018. They joined the current judging panel that consists of Simon Cowell and Howie Mandel, with Terry Crews serving as the show's host. News of the additions to the judging panel comes amid an ongoing investigation into the events leading up to the exit of judges Gabrielle Union and Julianne Hough last season, over what numerous insiders described as a toxic culture on the show in an exclusive Variety report. More from Variety. Shameless star Shanola Hampton cast in lead role of NBC's Night School pilot. Anna Gasteyer to star in NBC comedy pilot, American Auto. Making the cut trailer, Heidi Klum and Tim Gunn return with new Amazon series. Vergara is preparing to sign off of the Emmy-winning ABC comedy series, Modern Family, which is currently airing its 11th and final season. Vergara has received 4 Emmy and 4 Golden Globe nominations for her work on the show. The Colombian actress and model is also known for starring in films such as Chef, Meet the Browns, Happy Feet 2, and Hot Pursuit. She will now be the first Latina judge in AGT history. I'm so happy to join my new family on AGT, Vergara said. This is a new and exciting next chapter for me and I'm extremely proud to be the first Latin judge on the show. I can't wait to watch all the talent and have fun with all you guys. Klum was a judge on AGT from 2013-2018 before exiting. She then went on to serve as a judge on America's Got Talent Champions beginning last year. The supermodel is also currently prepping the series Making the Cut, a fashion competition series for Amazon. She will serve as host and executive producer on that series alongside Tim Gunn, with the show set to bow on the streamer in late March. She was previously the host, co-creator and executive producer of Project Runway for 16 seasons. I'm so excited to be back at AGT, with Simon, Howie and Terry, Klum said. The fact that Sofia Vergara is joining us is the icing on an already delicious cake. Union is said to have raised multiple concerns over insensitivity to women and people of color during her time on the series. She later revealed that, following her exit, she and NBC sat down for what she called a lengthy 5-hour productive meeting, during which she expressed her unfiltered truth. NBC went on to announce that it had opened a formal investigation into the matter. SAG-AFTRA is also conducting an investigation. The results of the NBC probe are expected sometime in March. Union supporters and social media users specifically latched onto criticism of Union's hair, in the form of notes that her rotating hairstyles were too black for a wide audience. In Variety's original report, sources close to show producers said the notes were for the sake of continuity. Best of Variety. Oscars 2020, the complete winners list. Final Oscar predictions, who will win in the major categories. Oscars 2020, how to stream and watch online. Sign up for Variety's.
Yeah, I'll be happy to see Sofia Vergara on there. She's like whole pass material for me.
Photos.
I can't handle watching Modern Family though. I tried it and I just couldn't get into it.
Recent Beyonce didn't want anyone to take photos of her.
And her and Ed O'Neill were the main reasons why I tried to watch it.
On
It just
February 24th, celebrities and fans of Kobe Bryant came together
Just
to
doesn't work
celebrate
for
the
me.
basketball star's life and legacy, as well as his daughter Gianna Bryant after the two lost their lives in a helicopter accident last month. A number of celebrities participated in the tribute to Kobe, giving speeches and performing. One of the most notable was Beyonce. But before she performed, she requested that no one take photos of her. Beyonce, Kamor Jansezian, Getty Images. What happened to Kobe Bryant? On January 26, Bryant was traveling to the Mamba Academy with his daughter and 7 others when their helicopter crashed, killing everyone on board. News of the crash spread almost immediately and the world went into mourning at the loss of the basketball giant. Vanessa Bryant's speech. Among the many speeches made during Bryant's memorial, his wife Vanessa Bryant's was the most powerful. She spoke first about what an amazing daughter and person Gianna was before moving on to speak about her husband and his legacy. I want my daughters to know and remember the amazing person, husband, and father he was, she said. The kind of man that wanted to teach future generations to be better and keep them from making his own mistakes. He always liked working and doing projects to improve kids' lives. He taught us all valuable lessons about life and sports through his NBA career, his books, his show, Detail, and his Poonies podcast series. View this post on Instagram. To my forever Valentine, I love you so much. Missing you so much on your favorite holiday. Te amo per sempre. Kisses to you and Gigi in heaven. Happy Valentine's Day, my babies. With all my love, your boo boo. Red Heart song, tell him at MSL or in hell. A post shared by Vanessa Bryant at Vanessa Bryant on February 14, 2020 at 1:43 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. They were so easy to love, she said of Kobe and Gianna. Everybody naturally gravitated towards them. They were funny, happy, silly, and they loved life. They were so full of joy and adventure. God knew they couldn't be on this earth without each other. He had to bring them home to have them together. Babe, you take care of our Gigi. I got Nati, Bibi, and Coco, and we're still the best team. We love and miss you, Boo Boo and Gigi. May you both rest in peace and have fun in heaven until we meet again one day. We love you both and miss you forever and always, Mommy. Why Beyonce didn't want to be pictured. Beyonce and Jay-Z were close personal friends of Kobe and Vanessa's. Throughout the ceremony, Beyonce was even seen comforting Vanessa. Beyonce performed renditions of Halo and EXO for the crowd at the memorial but asked that no pictures be taken of her so that the focus would remain on Kobe and Gianna. Beyonce asked that no pictures of her were taken at Kobe's memorial, a source told Hollywood Life. She didn't want to take the attention away from Vanessa and the family. She only performed because she loved Kobe and wanted to do something special for Vanessa. View this post on Instagram. Hashtag Mambasita Airplane. A post shared by Vanessa Bryant at Vanessa Bryant on January 15, 2020 at 8:52 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
It's a classy thing of her to do. It's not the first time she's done something like that either.
Kobe's former teammate Shaquille O'Neal and late-night talk show host Jimmy Kimmel. I've been trying to come up with something positive to take away from this, and it was hard because there isn't much, Kimmel said during his speech. But the best thing I was able to come up with is this gratitude, Kimmel said. It seems to me that all we can do is to be grateful for the time we had with them and for the time we have left with each other. Article 92 of 123. Molson Coors shooter had long dispute with coworker, report. The man accused of opening fire at a Molson Coors plant in Milwaukee on Wednesday, killing 5 coworkers and himself, was a gun-loving electrician who had been in a long-running dispute with a coworker, according to a report. Anthony Ferriel, 51, had frequently argued with one of the fatally shot victims, a fellow electrician, an employee told the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel. The 2 co-workers had accused each other of going into each other's offices and tampering with computer equipment or swiping tools, the source, who didn't want to be named, told the outlet Thursday. Ferriel also often watched movies on his phone during the day, something the other electrician had taken issue with and believed he was being discriminated against because he was African American, the source added. Ferriel had been fired earlier in the day but returned to the campus with a stolen name tag and a silenced gun, according to WBBM-TV. He had worked as an electrician for more than 20 years, with about 17 of them being at the Milwaukee brewery, according to the Sentinel, which cited multiple sources and online employment records.
When it was his own behavior that
worked the scene of the shooting at the Molson Coors Brewing
irritated his
campus yesterday. Katie Images. But the experienced tradesman had started to become paranoid at work, allegedly telling coworkers about a year ago he thought his bosses were breaking into his house, bugging his computer and rearranging his furniture. Are you serious, Anthony? What? The unnamed employee told the Sentinel. We all kind of joked about it, saying, but dead serious about it. See also. 5 dead in heinous shooting at Milwaukee Molson Coors facility. The unidentified shooter was an employee, the company said in. Neighbors told that Ferriel was still, he was a very good electrician, said Philip Roch Sr., who worked with Ferriel for 15 years at the brewery. Every time I worked with him he was always in a good mood, Roch, who retired in April, told the Sentinel. Share this. Facebook, Twitter, Flipboard, WhatsApp, email, copy. Article 93 of 123. /gear. CDC warns E. coli infections linked to popular sandwich restaurant.
Alright, wait till I'll get past the way station for Highway 159, crossing it now. with these freaking idiots? Are you guys serious? Freaking pickup came to a complete stop in the middle of my lane and backed up whatever to get back over to that cloverleaf ramp there. What are these people thinking? Missed your exit, just go to the next one and come back. It's not that big a deal. Apparently people would rather cause an accident and get themselves killed or whatever. Alright, do I need to move over here? Yeah. Glad that car was, that car back there waited for me and probably knew that I was gonna need to come over. downtown Maplewood. Southwest Avenue, next exit is Arsenal Street. 3.5 hour, probably 3.5 or so hours though. Curve there is terrible. Soccer Park Road. The Catskill right here, Road Ranger. Too far past Six Flags, if I remember right, where Pacific is. got 109 next. Eureka city limit, population 10,000. The same clown I was dealing with earlier. Should be dealing with this person. Come on, you idiot. Get the hell away from me already. Now these guys are going to block me from getting over. Now I'm seriously going to get off the road here in Pacific because I can't handle dealing with this fucking idiot here in the right lane anymore. And then these clowns in front of me are not giving me an opportunity to get in front of him. Hey, come on! And he slows down because he doesn't want to pass the other two guys. Are you freaking serious? Get out of here! Think I can sit at speed and stick with it? Get the hell out of my face already! but no, I'm gonna keep going. I'm just stopping here to, I don't know, see what the price is. I may get fuel if it's low, but I doubt it. Alright, I'm going next to the MCI Express. I'm mainly just stopping here to use the restroom and get a drink. And just try and get out of the seat for a little bit.
How much is it? 260. Oh no. Yeah, 265.
Shit. Why not? I'm gonna go ahead and get fuel. Max out my tanks here. Clock in, clock out, shit. Get out of here.
full fuel tanks, both of them. Yeah, I might. Probably will. Let's see. Yeah, because if all goes as planned, I'll be on the road till at least, I don't know, 3 in the morning or so. Then I'll probably stop for a couple hours to sleep, and then by then it'll be about 5 a.m. and yeah, I should actually start getting some daylight on the second half. Alright, go off duty. Well, we'll run inside and I'll be back in a minute. back on, huh, Cody? Can't tell. There's a prime truck behind me. I don't know if I'm in his way or if he's just parked there. Dealing with these export documents because I usually gotta keep them separate. 510-348. Alright. Since you're on here anyway, Cody, let me show you okay, this is something we do every day. This is what's called a reefer, a status check. Morning AM PM reefer, AM PM check. It's a macro 1. So, did you weigh your trailer after loading? Yes. Are your axle weights okay? Yes. Trailer, the number, I have that there. Secured with load locks? Yes. Enforcer lock installed? Yes. On time for pickup and delivery? Yes. Okay, I got a ham load. Okay, and I'm gonna put all these plus. And seal number, yeah. Alright, now I have a couple of seals on the vent doors. I just gotta cut them off. They're not part of this load, they're just from previous loads. Just haven't gotten around to cutting them off. I would have done them on my pre-trip, but didn't want to go walking around in the mud to go check back there. So, alright, well, I got 248 left on my clock to work with. Yeah, I should have put those in the trash. I'm gonna wait till I get somewhere else though. Alright, plus means it's just positive, plus 28 degrees. Alright, now let's get rolling and make some more money. Okay, now Cody, though, the macro I just sent, we're supposed to send them at least once a day. And if you have a produce load, you're supposed to do it twice a day. And on top of it, you're supposed to call in and do a verbal too. It's a little overkill, but I guess because sometimes people fat finger data in and don't pay any attention to what they're putting in there. That's why they do that. They won't really teach you the macros though. When you get hired, they'll give you a card that has the macro, that'll tell you what the macros are. They'll teach you what you call the circle of service macros, but that's about it. And you won't memorize them right off the bat. But you'll know that basically macros 1 through 10 are your circle of service macros basically. And then everything else is just other stuff. For learning macros is to just look at them all, go into
put into them, and you'll learn what's important to you and what's not important to you. Springfield, 176 miles out. A little over 2.5 hours. I got 244 to work with. Figured I can, probably stop at the TA in Stratford or something. Assuming I can make it that far. Don't necessarily have to get that far though. I might wait till, as soon as I get down to less than, get to an hour left on my clock, usually at that point I'll start looking for somewhere to get off the road. Could be a rest area or whatever else, I don't care. Whereas rest areas are not really plentiful in Missouri either. Over there at the, where was that, in Illinois? And if all goes right, as long as my fuel transfer works correctly, what I just got should get me all the way to Laredo, or it should get me close at least, if not all the way there. Sometimes I'll get in a donut kind of mood, but so I try to not do much eating at all when I'm driving, because the digestion process tends to make you get a little fatigued. So I prefer to not eat at all until I'm not driving, but yeah, sometimes it's not that easy. The stupid idea is to make this advisory speed of 55 around this curve. don't get a thank you flash. If you're gonna flash your damn brights, I mean, you idiot.
Warrants E. coli infections linked to popular sandwich restaurant Brittany A. Roston. 7 hours ago. In a newly published food safety alert, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has revealed that it is investigating an outbreak of E. coli infections that have been linked back to a popular fast food chain. Key to the infections are the clover sprouts used by this company, according to the CDC, which says that related cases of E. coli have appeared in several states. At this point in time, the contaminated clover sprouts were linked back to some Jimmy John's restaurants.
That means that
the FDA has joined the CDC and state officials in investigating this outbreak, including whether the same contaminated clover sprouts are being served at other restaurants. The agency says that anyone who ate clover sprouts from a Jimmy John's restaurant before February the 24th of may be at risk of developing an E. coli infection. As you'd expect, the CDC is also warning that if you have a sandwich from the restaurant that contains clover sprouts, you should throw it away. Add. The good news is that once the outbreak was linked to the restaurant, it was able to take steps to prevent further infections. The agency reports that all Jimmy John's restaurants stopped serving clover sprouts to customers as of February 24th. If you go to a Jimmy John's restaurant and your sandwich happens to include this plant, you should discard it and ask for one without the sprouts. At this point in time, the CDC says there have been 14 related cases of E. coli reported in 5 states. None of these cases required hospitalization or have resulted in deaths. The earliest case surfaced on January 6. At this point in time, it's unknown whether any retailers are selling contaminated sprouts or if any other restaurants are serving them. Story timeline. E. coli outbreak spreads. These 5 states hit with mystery infection. E. coli outbreak blamed on beef.
Hey, exactly my point there. Number of Jimmy John stores are where these are happening, and they're happening because the clover sprouts that are getting supplied to them by their, the upstream supplier are tainted. You gotta bet that if their supplier's giving them tainted stuff, then it's probably sending tainted goods to other customers too. It's not just Jimmy John's, I'm sure. Unless the supplier only exclusively works with them.
123. Orange County woman sentenced for DUI crash that killed 3 Las Vegas teens. NBC Los Angeles, yesterday. The families of 3 teenagers from Las Vegas who were on spring break in Huntington Beach when they were killed by a drunken driver 2 years ago faced the woman responsible in court as she was sentenced to more than 5 decades to life in prison Thursday. Bonnie Duarte, 29, of San told her she ruined entire families. Renee Mack said her son Dylan was her soccer field. Everybody talks about wanting to do the right thing. You teach your kids to do the right thing. They do the right thing and they're dead, her mother, Rhonda Hawley, said. A.J. Rossi's sister said her brother had a heart of gold, a smile that would light up a room. We lost all 3 bodies had to be identified through dental records. Everybody talks about wanting to do the right thing. You teach your kids to do the right thing. They do the right thing and they're dead. Rhonda Hawley, victim's mother. I'm ashamed. When she was arrested. Article 95 of 123. Answer, Quora. Open an app.
Hey, that's one of those cases where what does 51 years of life really do for the person? I mean, woman had a drinking problem apparently, and now she's going to live till an older age. Locked up over that. I mean, we all can agree that punishment needs to be given, but do you think it's really going to take that long for her to figure out that that her drinking problem completely trashed her life? Yeah, the other people are dead because of her, but life regardless of whether she's in or out of jail. I don't think locking people up over because of victim emotions is necessarily the appropriate way to handle things. Damn it, freaking bumps. Alright, let's see if I get a green light here. Well, like I talked about before, need some different system. Put one of those freaking ankle monitors on them on her that can detect whether she's been drinking. Force her to live a life without any alcohol, and then make her work off hide the crimes that are committed because, you know, like let's just say someone gets robbed or whatever else, where there actually is a victim at the hands of a person under the influence. Make them do some time, but then check them regularly. You know, there's a lot of contraband that even gets into prison. So people who have drug problems, they don't. They have an easy time getting access to drugs, even in jail, or in prison, whatever. So how about maybe making a policy that anybody who has that kind of a conviction has to get tested, have to piss in a cup, whatever, and have their urine tested for drugs every single day. They make like a mandatory detox program or something where I'll just what's going to happen. You can put me in solitary for whatever amount of time, and then eventually end up back in GP. That doesn't give people a chance to really work to repay their debt. If you just put them, lock the door and throw away the key, and just take away all hope of them to have any hint of a normal life ever again. Yeah, and I'm not sure. A lot of violent offenders, even, I'm not so sure they need as much time in prison as they get. Sure, I mean, they shouldn't be let out too quickly, but you know, long-term sentences like that, it just seems a little excessive to me. Like I say, some people, I mean, people do tend to grow up, you know, and do really, they do stupid things when they're in their younger years more often than not, and then, you know, with time they tend to mature and grow up.
U.S. Navy seamen allowed to roam their aircraft carriers on their free time or on their strict off-limits areas? James Shannon, Senior Chief U.S. Navy, 1995-present. Answer January 26, 2020. Upvoted by Richard Ashmore, active duty in the U.S. Navy for greater than 20 years. Low. Lots of answers to this question. I will answer it from the right now perspective with no sugar on top. I will give facts and not "this is what I thought" type misconceptions. First and foremost, let's define off-limits. There isn't a single category to this. So here goes. There will be secure office spaces aboard ship that have high security doors with combination locks on them, with signage that will say something similar to "restricted area, authorized personnel only." On a carrier there will literally be dozens of spaces like this. Everything from radio to crypto, air traffic control to combat direction center, and many others. You will have the combination to these spaces if you work there. Otherwise it's very rare that others will even go inside. I have been in CDC a couple times on my current ship, mostly just for ESWS signatures. I went into CATCC once, can't remember why. I have never been into any radio spaces on any of the ships I have served on. Carriers specifically have several large access and even video surveillance. I am not going to get into what kind of locks or access due to the OPSEC wannabes that will surely creep on this answer. Carriers have large magazines that store bombs, missiles and rockets. There are also several armories that house small arms and ammunition. Most engineering, machinery spaces, nuclear and non-nuclear will fall in this category, but of course the nuclear spaces will be severely restricted. Again, if you don't work in these spaces you won't have the access. To take it a bit further, even sailors and officers with access cannot just go in some of these places whenever they like. AOs or aviation ordnance types owned the magazines. That doesn't mean AO3 Brown can just go down into the bomb factory in the middle of the night alone. I have never been in the reactor spaces on any of the CVNs I have been on. The closest I can claim is the new Gadman office areas, again for ESWS signatures. I have crawled around the magazines on occasion and even helped build a couple bombs. They never let me near the missiles though. General workspaces and offices. Even if it only has a keyed lock with a residential door and no security signage, the general rule of thumbs is you can't just wander inside. The same rule applies here. If you don't work there, you don't go there. There are some open spaces, some with no doors to speak of, that are still off limits to a degree, especially if certain evolutions are in progress. I own several spaces like this. The boat decks are one type. They have doors, but we can't lock them because we need to quickly have emergency access for things like man overboard and the like. The fueling stations are another. I don't care if you are Mr. Super Security Clearance and you know who was on the grassy knoll, you aren't getting in there unless you work for me or you are an engineer checking the fueling gear. The focal is yet another. Many people try to wander up here. The reception you receive will vary ship to ship. Some ships have bosun's mates that are pushovers. Try to wander onto the focal on a ship I am on, will be met with a response similar to if you stumbled onto an ICBM silo in Wyoming. Stay away from my anchors. Living spaces. Berthings, staterooms in officers' country. If you are a E3 in air department, you simply do not go into the deck department berthing. To this day that could be a fight waiting to happen, or at the very least a friendly rumble. If you are a male, you don't go into a female berthing and vice versa, unless you have official business. An example would be berthing inspection. There are a few other reasons. Staterooms similarly, you don't generally go and knock in unless you are on official business. Official business doesn't have to be a matter of national security, however. It could be a wake-up call for LT Shitbrick who has to get up to watch on the bridge. Officers' country itself is not generally off-limits. If I need to go through officers' country to get somewhere, I will. I am not going to go down a deck then back up to bypass it. But that's me. Mystery, one who is killing time walking around. Better avoid officers' country. Not because an officer might see him, but because I might. The flight deck. In port it's not a huge deal to go up on the flight deck. During flight operations though, you have a better shot at getting in to see one of the reactors. Stay away, stay far away. I don't care if you are the CSG-2 Star Admiral, you stay away. I will leave the last, greatest and most secured space on ship for last. This is sure to attract some heckling from the faketies on Quora who think they know it all or know better. Screw you all in advance. The chief's mess. Yeah, officers don't just go in the goat locker, not even when they have official business. I have a radio, you better call me on that and not just walk in. If you simply cannot avoid it, knock, enter, state your business and stand by. Officers avoid it like the plague. The CO of the ship, any commodore or admiral, always has an open invitation. The only non-chief regularly in the chief's mess is the food service attendants assigned to work there. 19.5K views. View 353 upvoters. View sharers. Answer requested by Ellie Williams and Greg Leeper. About the author. James Shannon. United States Navy. Senior Chief U.S. Navy, 1995 present. Studied Senior Enlisted Academy, Newport, Rhode Island and United States Naval War College. Graduated 2015. Lives in Norfolk, VA 1995 present. 3.6 meters. Content views 170K this month. View 35 other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Open an app. Article 96 of 123. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What did someone do on an airplane that made you say, "You've gotta be kidding me"?
Bit windy here.
John Croft, Company Director.
Nasty.
Answered February 27, 2020. On a flight from New York to London, I was sat to this sweet old lady. As I sat down, it became immediately apparent that she was the talkative type. Straight away she started talking to me, asking what I'd gotten up to in NY, how long I'd been there, where did I stay, etc., 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 and so on and so on. After about an hour into the flight, this sweet old lady knew more about me than my mother did. Once food was served, the talking stopped while we ate. I took the opportunity to put on my headphones and watch some in-flight entertainment. I watched a movie. I looked over at my new friend and saw that she was fast asleep, so I decided to read my book. Suddenly there was a very strong smell of poo in the air. It was overwhelming. I noticed that everyone around me was looking in my direction, and it became apparent that the smell was emanating from my general area. I looked at the old lady to see if the smell had woken her. That's when I noticed the massive wet patch on her slacks. I thought poor old lady has soiled herself in her sleep. I gently nudged her to wake her up to let her know and help her if I could. As I tried to wake her, she slumped against the window. It was at this point it dawned on me that this poor old woman had died sitting in the seat next to me. I couldn't believe it. I fell into a state of shock. I felt terrible for being annoyed at her speaking to me. I wasn't rude to her, I did speak to her, but I was glad when I got to this day, almost 20 years later.
That'd be weird.
I guess the moral of the story is you should always be nice to everyone. If they want to talk to them. Listen, enjoy it, because you just never know, it might be the last conversation they ever have. 81.4K views.
That's a little overkill there.
You 4.3K upvoters. You sharers. Suggestions pending. About the author. John Croft. Company Director. Lives in London 2001 present. 83.5K content views, 83.5K this month. Active in one space. Privacy terms contact. Open an app. Article 97 of 123. Fed's James Bullard says rate cuts possible only if coronavirus turns into pandemic. Published Friday, February 28, 20,209, 10 a.m. updated an hour ago. Economy. Jeff Cox at jeff.cox.7528 at jeffcox.com. Key points. Street. Louis Fed President James Bullard said he would consider additional rate cuts, but only if the coronavirus turns into a pandemic or spreads on scale with influenza. The comments come with markets anticipating 4 reductions this year. Street. Louis Federal Reserve President James Bullard said Friday the coronavirus outbreak would have to reach levels of the ordinary flu before he would consider cutting interest rates. Markets are anticipating the Fed will cut rates 4 times this year amid a scare that the virus would cause a sharp slowdown in global growth. The coronavirus has not been classified as a pandemic and has seen far fewer deaths than the flu, but its mortality rate is much higher. Bullard said the COVID-19 spread in China appears to be stabilizing. While he acknowledged the damage the virus already has done to economic growth expectations, he said current Fed policy is in a good position as officials examine the situation. BIDEO 5130513. Former Fed Governor Warsh, Fed should coordinate with global central banks. Squawk Box. Further policy rate cuts are a possibility if a global pandemic actually develops with health effects approaching the scale of ordinary influenza, but this is not the baseline case at this time, he said in a statement accompanying a speech for delivery in Arkansas. The comments come amid a stock market meltdown that continued into Friday. Major averages have lost more than 10% this week in what has been the quickest correction in market history. Bullard said the sell-off has been driven by a flight to safety that has pulled down interest rates, likely benefiting the U.S. economy. Indeed, government bond yields continue to hit record lows Friday, with the benchmark 10-year Treasury note dipping to 1.176% and the 30-year bond around 1.7%. The policymaking Federal Open Market Committee cut its own benchmark rate 3 times last year, down to a range targeted at 1.5% minus 1.75%. Markets expect at least 1 rate cut at the March meeting. The FOMC executed a marked turnaround in U.S. monetary policy during 2019 that was designed in part to ensure the economy against possible negative shocks to growth, Bullard said. This has put the FOMC in a good position in early 2020 as we closely monitor the evolving coronavirus impact on the global economy. He added that the lag effect of rate moves likely will continue to help the U.S. and pointed out that the 3 cuts was a bigger monetary boost than the market has appreciated as the 2-year Treasury saw a slide of 165 basis points compared with the actual 75 basis point cut the Fed instituted.
Yeah, that's true.
The most recent decline in yields is actually a bullish factor for U.S. economic growth, Bullard said. Also Friday, former Federal Reserve Governor Kevin Warsh told CNBC he expects the Fed and other central banks around the world to act soon in response to the outbreak. Article 98 of 123. Stock market, Wall Street paras losses after Powell vows to act, ending worst week since 2008 crisis. Markets have now completed a brutal 7-day losing streak, the worst since the 2008 financial crisis, with major benchmarks plummeting and panic selling related to the escalating coronavirus outbreak. The illness continues its spread across multiple countries, with Nigeria and Mexico reporting their first cases on Friday, and the death toll mounting in places like Italy and Iran. On Friday, the World Health Organization, which has shied away from formally declaring the pathogen a pandemic, issued a dire warning that global-level risks were growing. The speed and depth of the sell-off, which saw the S&P 500 index plunge into a correction within a week while the Dow recorded back-to-back days of 1,000-point losses, has resulted in over $6 trillion worth of market value being obliterated. Meanwhile, calls are growing for central banks and governments to coordinate a policy response amid the darkening global growth outlook. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell pledged on Friday to use our tools to backstop the U.S. economy as the coronavirus fears roil markets and jeopardize growth. On the back of COVID-19 news, we have lowered our forecast for GDP growth this year by another tenth to 1.6%, wrote analysts at Bank of America late Friday, calling for 3/4 of growth recession. The bank added that broken global supply chains will deplete inventories and delay investment. But what concerns us more is an adverse feedback loop between consumers and markets. The likelihood of a Fed cut has increased meaningfully. Depending on the spread of the virus and the market reaction, the Fed could act swiftly and aggressively. For perspective, the S&P, Dow and Nasdaq all saw their worst February since 2009. For the S&P, it was the 3rd worst February performance going back to 1960, when it shed 8.41%, according to Yahoo Finance data. The Dow also completed its 3rd worst month since 1930, a roughly 10% drop, while the Nasdaq saw its 5th worst February, going all the way back to 1972, when it fell over 6%. Treasury yields continue to set record lows, with the 10-year seeing the biggest February drop since 1986. 4 p.m. ET, stocks end a grueling 7-day losing streak. The coronavirus has gone global, and driven investors off the deep end. Although major benchmarks paired the session's steep losses after Fed's Powell pledge to act, they are well off last week's record highs, and 7 days deep into panic selling. 3:20 p.m. ET, Wall Street starts banking on a Fed cut. Barclays, Deutsche Bank and Morgan Stanley all issued Federal Reserve easing calls on Friday, immediately after the Fed chief vowed to act as appropriate to counteract the impact of the coronavirus. Dodd and Morgan sees the same, but with the horizon beyond March to increasing uncertainty about the economic outlook means future rate moves beyond March are conditional on developments with the coronavirus. The U.S. economy remains strong. However, the coronavirus poses evolving risks to economic activity. The Federal Reserve is closely monitoring developments and their implications for the economic outlook. We will use our tools and act as appropriate to support the economy. Stocks are still hungered in the red, but off their lows. Yields on 10-year and 30-year treasuries TNX tumbled to new record lows again on Friday. 1:40 a.m. a cool $14 trillion. Deutsche's Torsten Slok is becoming indispensable with his charts. His latest shows that negative yielding sums to institutions for holding their money safely. Is of outstanding bonds. __. 1 p.m. Goldman sees short-lived growth pullback. Morgan Stanley expects the coronavirus to see a continued slowdown in Chinese infections that will see the local economy spring back. Yet it says supply chain disruptions will persist, and consumer spending will take a hit. Our analysis shows effects on quarter-on-quarter annualized global GDP growth of -5 pp in Q1 and -2 pp in Q2, followed by a rebound in the second half of 2020, leaving our March and June. Although moderate Fed rate cuts are unlikely further, Morgan said. New NITI, stocks claw back losses. Markets are off their lows, but with no real change in the coronavirus outlook, the comeback isn't likely to last. Apple, AAPL, and Microsoft, MSFT, have rebounded strongly, helping to yank the Dow off its troughs, but in an odd turn of events, bullion is also being dragged lower. S&P 500 GFE 9.70 off 0.80, off -105.68 or -1.23%. Crude oil, CL equals F $44.94, down $2.15 or -4.57%. Gold, GC equals F $1,593.76, off -0.1360. Markets has some looking for a bottom. While we haven't reached it yet, investment firm Canaccord sees significant evidence that an oversold rally is on the way. We got the correction we have been looking for. The market has now become washed out enough to generate a meaningful reflex rally, but at some point in the next month we expect the major market indices to test the lows. As they do, our more intermediate term indicators should be quite oversold, pessimistic, and it is at that point we plan to put more offense back in the field. For now, just expect a sharp snapback rally that will likely be tested, which should prove a terrific buying opportunity given the fundamental backdrop of an easy Fed, historically low rates, full employment, and widely available credit. __. 10:35 a.m. ET, WHO declares coronavirus a global level threat. It underscores the gravity of the situation, given that the WHO has shied away from declaring a full-fledged pandemic, but it doesn't tell investors anything they didn't already know. Stocks are off their lows, but deep in negative territory. __. 10:20 a.m. ET, coronavirus impact could be as bad as the financial crisis. Workers wearing protective gear spray disinfectant as a precaution against the new coronavirus at a subway station in Seoul, South Korea, Friday, Feb. 28, 2020. Japan's schools prepared to close for almost a month, and entertainers, topped by K-pop superstars BTS, canceled events as a virus epidemic extended its spread through Asia into Europe and on Friday, into sub-Saharan Africa. AP photo, on young June. The market is firmly in the red, with coronavirus fears hammering investors. At one point, the Dow DJI shed another 1,000 points before stemming some of those losses, but all major benchmarks, including the S&P 500 GSPC and the Nasdaq IXIC, are all down by over 3%. Capital Economics thinks the global economy's shift toward services may come back to haunt global growth, and that means the outlook is bleak to say the least. Key risk to economic activity is people avoiding public places like restaurants and cinemas, and these sectors make up a bigger share of global activity than a few decades ago. The structural changes in the global economy therefore make it more vulnerable to flu pandemics than in the past, underlining our view the economic effects of a severe pandemic could be as bad as those of the global financial crisis. __. 9:45 a.m. ET, debate heats up over what the Fed should do. Highlight what should the Fed do in response to this sell-off. This is what we need to do, gang, at Sarge986 says. Here's his proposed plan, pic.twitter.com/Zyxscrew3m. Yahoo Finance, at Yahoo Finance, February 28, 2020. Should central banks intervene to stem the market's rout? It's unclear what, if anything, another rate cut could do in an environment of already cheap liquidity. Japan and Europe already have negative rates, but calls are growing for the Federal Reserve to cut rates. No doubt President Donald Trump would be delighted. On Friday, at least two current and former Fed officials said the growing coronavirus panic might warrant some action. However, Bleakley's Peter Buchler has a different take. While rational people can argue whether the Fed should cut or not, what do you possibly think the ECB and BOJ can do with monetary policy with rates already negative, which has damaged bank profitability, and QE already ongoing? My viewpoint is that there is nothing that will be stimulated monetarily from a rate cut or two that isn't already being stimulated by the very low rate environment. And rate cuts aren't a vaccine and won't bring factories back and people traveling again. If the purpose is to respond to the tightening of financial conditions, aka try to lift the S&P 500 and narrow credit spreads, I ask this question. What would be worse, a Fed that tells us that they will do nothing right now and wait to see how this virus plays out, or they do something, the markets rally for a few days or weeks and then goes right back down again in response to the underlying economic fundamentals like they did in response to the last two rate cutting cycles in 2000, 2002 and 2007, 2008. I'd argue the latter would be worse. He may have a point. As one market participant told the Washington Post on Friday, central banks don't make vaccines. __. 9:30 a.m. ET, stocks open sharply lower and extend historic rout. Here were the main market moves as of market open. S&P 500 GSPC, minus 2.84% or minus 84.73 points to 2,894.03. Dow DJI, minus 3.08% or minus 793 points to 24,973.64. Nasdaq IXIC, minus 4.61% or minus 414.29 points to 8,566.48. Crude oil, CL equals F, minus 4.25% or minus 2.00 to $45.09 a barrel. Gold, GC equals F, minus 0.97% or minus 15.90 to $1,626 per ounce. Mexico confirmed its first case of coronavirus Friday morning, sending the markets deeper into a correction. The Dow opened lower by nearly 800 points after tanking nearly 1,200 points Thursday. 7:10 a.m. ET, stock futures plunge, Dow futures sink 265 points. Stock futures pointed to more pain ahead for markets Friday to cap off a brutal trading week, as the deadly coronavirus rocked sentiment around the world. Here were the main pre-market moves as of 7:10 a.m. ET. S&P 500 futures, S equals F, 2,928.50, down 28.50 points or 0.96%. Dow futures, YM equals F, 25,286, down 266 points or 1.04%. Nasdaq futures, NQ equals F, 8,003.
Alright, that's enough on that one. I want to go ahead and stop over here at the Loves and Rolla. If there's parking, then maybe take my 30 there. Get a little nap in too, and I feel like I go further, but at the same time I do have a little bit of the early stage fatigue. spot open there, right in front of the fuel island. At least it looks like it's an open spot. I came through here, I think. Yeah, I can see another one, another spot over here. Right over here in front of the shop. Oh yeah, we're good. There's like at least 2 spots open right over here in this row over here. So I'll go ahead and circle around over to that row and parked and saw a spot further over towards the end that I was more interested in. There's one right here too, next to USA truck, but I saw another one that's further down that I like more. It's a fairly wide lane too. Yeah, I gotta do somewhat of a modified setup for this one. Damn it. Got caught up watching for that yellow pole over here on the right. Didn't quite couldn't keep up with where my trailer was going. No, I don't drink coffee. And I've done energy drinks in the past before, and they don't do shit for me, so I'm hardly a point. So I feel a little chill in here, but it's probably just from the air. Yeah, for me, having my windows open while I'm back. Yeah, and I got plenty of time anyway. It's not a big deal, and yeah, I was like 1,330 miles away from Laredo when I started the shift. So really, I mean, I can run like 450-mile shifts and get there. Because I need 3 shifts to get there regardless. Well, actually, I could get. If I had a full set of hours to work with, I could do 13 and change whatever in 2 shifts, possibly 2 really long shifts. But I don't have hours to work with anyway, so no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I need 3 shifts to get over there. So not really, it doesn't really matter too much. So I'm gonna just kill some time. Get a little bit of rest, and then, I mean, It's not like I need to hurry up and get this thing anywhere. I've already driven 350 miles now. I figured it's 190 to get from here to the Oklahoma line, and then maybe another 50 or so past that. Let me take a look at my 70. I got 5:16 left on my drive clock. So, and 7:23 on my 70. So in reality, I could still get another 350 miles out of this if I really wanted to. I could actually, that would mean I could get pretty, I can get down on the US 69 or 75 somewhere by the time I shut down if I really want to. So that's worth considering, I guess. See how I'm doing after I get a couple hours of rest, though, and yeah, and I'll get another stream going for sure, especially because I know some of that will be daylight. So I'll go ahead and shut down here. Jamie, you had good. I appreciate the good conversation here, and whoever else might be still watching. Like I said, I'll be back on hopefully in a couple more hours, and with another stream up, and I'll see you all then. All right. Hope to see you guys soon. Thanks.